Test. Test. Interpretation team, if we could please get a 10 count on the English channel, just a 10 count.
Okay, this is the test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And a 10 count on the French channel, please, just a 10 count. Thank you very much, interpretation team.
Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue. Good morning, everyone. Avant de commencer, je tiens à souligner qu'Ottawa
Before we start, I'd like to say that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. And the City of Ottawa honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land.
Just before we pause for a moment of personal reflection, I wanted to take note of the shocking and heartbreaking events in Tumbler-Rich, British Columbia. This is the one of the most violent events in Canadian history. Alors, prenons un moment pour honorer
So let's take a minute to honor the victims of this tragedy.
For a moment of personal reflection, let's take a moment to think about the victims of this horrible tragedy. Thank you. Merci. Please remain standing if you're able, and I'm going to ask Councillor King to introduce the performers of our national anthem this morning.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Your Worship and colleagues. As we gather during Black History Month, it is my privilege to introduce a remarkable Ottawa artist whose work embodies the spirit of commemoration. Renatha Berdinen is a singer whose musical journey began in her childhood church, where she discovered the transformative power of song rooted in Black gospel traditions. Her sound blends gospel, soulful R&B, jazz, and contemporary worship, genres deeply connected to the history, resilience, and cultural contributions of Black communities. Beyond her artistry, Renatha is deeply committed to community. In her role at United Way East Ottawa, she leads the United for All Coalition, advancing equity, addressing bias, and fostering inclusion across our region. Through both her music and her leadership, Renatha shares messages of hope, encouragement, and unity, creating space for collective healing and inspiration. Today, she honors the enduring legacy and cultural impact of Black Canadians by sharing two powerful anthems with us: our national anthem, O Canada, and Lift Every Voice and Sing. Accompanied on the keyboard by Adam St. Fleur, please join me in welcoming Renatha Berdinen. Thank you.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras s'est porté le pays, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. rejoicing, rise high as the listening sky. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died, yet with a steady beat have not our weary feet come to the place for which our Father sighed. Oh, we have come over a way that with tears have been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered. Out of the gloomy past, still now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our bright star is cast. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light. Keep us forever in the path we pray, lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee, lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadow beneath thy hand, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native land.
No? Okay. Thank you for that amazing performance, Renata, and thank you also for everything you do in our community. You're such a great leader. We're so grateful to you. Let's hear it again for Renata. Bonjour tout le monde. Bienvenue à l'Hôtel de Ville. It's really an honor for
Welcome
me
everyone to City Hall.
here today for Black History Month and to welcome so many leaders from our Black community who are here today. This month, as you know, marks 30 years of Black History Month in Canada. 30 years. And just a short time ago, I had the privilege of proclaiming February 2026 as Black History Month in Ottawa, together with June Gervan, who is here today. As always, June, it's always a pleasure to be with you. Thank you very much for everything you do. Thank you for your great leadership. Et bienvenue aux personnes qui vous accompagnent.
And welcome to the people with you.
To all of those who have accompanied you, many of whom are pillars of Ottawa's Black community. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for the countless ways that you support Black youth, Black families, and Black entrepreneurs across our city. And I want to say a very big thank you to Councillor King for your continued leadership in advancing the city's anti-racism strategy. This is something that we've worked on very closely together. I'm very proud of the work that we've done together. Alors, merci, Conseiller King, pour le leadership.
So thank you, Councillor King, for your continued leadership in advancing the city anti-racism strategy.
And I'm going to ask Councillor King now to make a few remarks.
Thank you so much, Your Worship, fellow councillors and residents of Ottawa. It is an honor to officially recognize Black History Month 2026 here in our nation's capital during the city's 200th anniversary. This year marks several significant milestones. We celebrate 30 years since Canada officially recognized Black History Month, 10 years since the province of Ontario did the same, and 40 years since the founding of Black History Ottawa, the organization that has been the cornerstone of our community's celebrations. At the beginning of February, the city joined Black History Ottawa to kick off Black History Month at their annual opening ceremony. With many members of council and city staff in attendance, including members of the city's African Caribbean Black Affinity Group, the event showcased vibrant performances, music, and the unveiling of new commemorative stamps and coins. Throughout February, our community will come alive with many celebrations hosted by a diverse number of organizations, including Ottawa Community Housing, the African Canadian Association of Ottawa, and the Global Community Alliance. A highlight of this year's celebrations include the Pride of Dreams mural created by Ottawa artist Jimmy Baptiste, now featured on 3 OC Transpo buses traveling across the city. The mural honors local legends, including award-winning journalist Stephen Keys, Canadian blues musician Angelique Francis, celebrated athlete Charmaine Hooper, and the iconic Barber Street sign commemorating Paul Barber. The Ottawa Archives will feature photo displays at Jean Piaget Place in City Hall here. Digital posters will be featured across the city, and the Ottawa Public Library will host events and programming throughout the month. Black History Ottawa continues to organize additional celebrations and events and gatherings that honor our heritage while inspiring the next generation. Black History Month, however, is not just symbolic or performative. The Honourable Dr. Jean Augustine, who championed the creation of Black History Month in Canada, recently reminded us that the recognition of this month matters profoundly because it says to every child that Black stories are not marginal but are central to Canadian history and are worthy of celebration, not just in February, but 365 days a year. The stories told often reflect a legacy of inclusion and justice which continue into the present day. In fact, today, that legacy is propelled by organizations such as the Somerset West Community Health Centre, which provides extraordinary cultural affirming mental health care for our African, Caribbean, and Black communities as a key partner in the Ottawa Black Mental Health Coalition. Somerset West has endorsed the Ottawa Declaration for Black Health, a critical national framework that recognizes health outcomes are deeply connected to racism, economic inequality, and barriers to care, and calls for community-led solutions and meaningful investments in Black health and wellness. Ottawa Public Health also recognizes that health is shaped not only by biology and by behavior, but also by social determinants such as income, housing, education, and systemic racism. These determinants contribute to health disparities experienced by Black communities in Ottawa and across Canada, including higher rates of chronic disease, mental health challenges, and barriers to accessing culturally safe care. Ottawa Public Health works in partnership with communities to address these inequities, promoting culturally appropriate services and advocates for policies that create fair opportunities for health for all. One of its partners includes the African Caribbean Black Wellness Resource Centre, which is providing culturally responsive health and wellness support. The centre, proudly located in Rideau Rockcliffe Ward, assists marginalized individuals in Ottawa by providing a safe and supportive community space where individuals and families can access vital resources, build meaningful connections, and gain the tools they need to thrive. The center recently graduated over 120 students, many of them new immigrants and youth, from its incredibly successful financial literacy program provided in partnership with the city. Organizations like Changemaker Hub, the Association of Black Entrepreneurs and Professionals of Ottawa-Gatineau, and the African Development Network are also supporting local Black entrepreneurs, helping to build economic empowerment and self-determination within our community. These organizations provide essential business development support, mentorship, networking opportunities, and access to capital, addressing the systemic barriers that have been historically limiting Black entrepreneurship. By investing in Black-owned businesses, we're not only strengthening our local economy, we're creating pathways to generational wealth and economic equity. Yet we must be honest. Inequalities exist. Black entrepreneurs remain underrepresented as business owners in Canada, and too many Black Canadians face food insecurity and precarity in employment and housing. These statistics demand action, not just acknowledgement. We need to invest in greater investments to support Black entrepreneurship and mental health and well-being programs aimed at Black communities. The Ottawa Black Coalition must be applauded for its critical advocacy work with senior levels of government to ensure and to secure more resources so that Ottawa and Eastern Ontario can reach parity in terms of per capita funding for Black-led social services and economic development initiatives. Our region deserves equitable investment that reflects the needs and potential of our Black communities, and that is why we must continue dismantling systemic barriers to ensure our residents have equitable access to opportunities. Council has taken meaningful steps to address these inequalities through the establishment of the city's Anti-Racism Secretariat in 2020 and through the approval of our anti-racism strategy in 2022. This strategy envisions an Ottawa where everyone feels safe and supported, and where people, regardless of racial or ethnic background, can access the resources and opportunities needed to reach their full potential. The city's 5-year anti-racism strategy is now underway with 132 actions focused on employment equity, housing, economic development, health outcomes, and youth opportunities. During our recent 2026 budget deliberations, Council provided direction to staff to recognize that our anti-racism strategy requires enhanced and sustained investment as Ottawa continues to grow. This direction commits the city to actively advocate to the province for sustainable multi-year funding for municipal anti-hate and belonging initiatives. It directs staff to engage directly with the Ministry of Citizenship and Multiculturalism, develop comprehensive funding proposals aligned with the Ontario Anti-Racism Strategic Plan, and to identify resourcing models proportional to Ottawa's growth and community needs. This ensures our anti-racism work will continue to expand and serve our growing community through such initiatives such as the Ottawa Stops Hate Together campaign, which will receive a subsequent $150,000 to continue its anti-hate campaign. In my role as Council Liaison for Anti-Racism and Ethnocultural Relations Initiatives, I was also pleased to host a Black Futures in Focus event last weekend, a virtual town hall that brought together Black entrepreneurs, small business owners, and leaders of Black-led, Black-serving, and Black-focused organizations. The session brought together representatives from all levels of government, including MP Yasser Naqvi, representing the federal perspective, Scott Phelan from the Office of the Premier, sharing provincial resources, and city community services and economic development staff outlining municipal funding programs alongside our partners from Invest Ottawa. What emerged clearly from this dialogue is that real resources are available at every level of government, grants, entrepreneurship supports, and people ready to help navigate these systems. I want to thank the moderator, Sophia Jacob, along with all of our presenters and community participants for their expertise and commitment to supporting our community's growth and success. To Ottawa's African, Caribbean, and Black communities, your resilience, your creativity, and your contributions have shaped this city in immeasurable ways. Your stories are Ottawa's stories. Your excellence is Ottawa's excellence. As we mark these historic anniversaries, 30 years federally, 10 years provincially, and 40 years of Black History Ottawa's dedicated work, we recognize that this month's theme, honoring Black brilliance across generations, from nation builders to tomorrow's visionaries, is not just a reflection on the past, but a commitment to the future. The nation builders walked so that we could run. The visionaries of tomorrow are in our schools, our community centers, and our neighborhoods right now, watching to see what kind of city we will build for them. Let us commit to making every day an opportunity to honor Black brilliance, to invest in Black futures, and to carry forward the legacy of inclusion and justice that defines who we are as Canadians. When we invest in Black communities, we invest in all of Ottawa. When Black Ottawa thrives, our entire city is stronger. This is our collective responsibility. This is our shared commitment. And this is the Ottawa we are building together. I encourage all residents to participate in the celebrations throughout this month, to learn, to support Black-led initiatives, and to stand in solidarity with our African, Caribbean, and Black neighbors, not just in February, but every single day of the year. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Councillor King. I'll ask for the roll call now, please.
Councillor Luloff. Present. Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Conseillère Plante.
Ici.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
There.
Councillor Leeper.
Ici.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Ici.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Skalski.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Conseiller Desroches.
Here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
Nous avons un quorum, Monsieur le Maire.
Merci. Confirmation of
You
minutes
have quorum.
from the meeting on January 28th. Are those carried? Are there any declarations of interest? I'll note the communications on the agenda. Motion to introduce reports. Councillor Luloff.
That the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee Report 32, Finance and Corporate Services Report
33, Planning and Housing Committee Report 59, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act, Explanation Requirements, at the City Council meeting of January 28, 2026, be received and considered, and be it further resolved that the rules of procedure be suspended to receive and consider Built Heritage Committee Report 29, rising from the Built Heritage Committee meeting of February 10th, 2026, as the report was not included on the draft agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Is that carried? All right, from Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, item 11.1, the official plan amendment for 1700 Richardson Side Road. Is that carried? 11.2 is the motion from Councillor Kelly on behalf of Councillor Brown for the Rural Woodlands Ottawa ARAC Partnership Tree Planting. Is that carried? 11.3 is the motion from Councillor Kelly on behalf of Councillor Brown, extension of municipal concurrence for the proposed antenna system at 8230 Bleaks Road. Is that carried? From Built Heritage Committee, we have item 12.1, the addition of 1500 Bronson Avenue and 933 Heron Road to the City of Ottawa Heritage Register. Is that carried? From Finance and Corporate Services Committee, item 13.1 is the Ottawa Paramedic Service West Deployment Facility. Is that carried? Item 13.2 is the Affordable Housing Debt Funding Pilot Report. Is that carried? Item 14 is from Planning and Housing Committee. 14.1 is the official plan amendment for Preston Street. We do have a motion in addition to the main item. We can just deal with that quickly if everybody's okay with that. Councillor Tierney, motion.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seconded by Chair Leeper. Whereas the recommendation 4 of the report approved by the Planning and Housing Committee directs staff to finalize the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Ottawa, the NCC, and the Capital Sports Development Incorporated, and whereas the item is to be included in the MOU, preliminary focus on infrastructure, relocation, traffic management, and after construction, which items are more in keeping with the terms of reference for Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Therefore, be resolved that staff bring the finalized MOU to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee for approval, and that the Plan and Housing Committee for information prior to coming to Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. So that motion, is that carried? And then the item is amended, is that carried? Item 14.2 is the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 951 Gladstone and 145 Laurier Avenue North. And I understand there is a deferral motion for this. Councillor Leeper?
There is, thank you, Mayor. Whereas the applicant for 951 Gladstone and 145 Loretta and the City of Ottawa have agreed to additional time before this matter comes to Council, therefore be it resolved that the report be deferred to the February 25th, 26th meeting of Council.
Is that carried? Item 14.3 is the motion from Councillor Gower on the National Capital Commission Framework Agreement, and I believe there is an amending motion to replace this motion. Councillor Brockington?
Thank you, Mayor. That is correct. Colleagues, this motion basically gets us to the same destination, but it just puts a little meat on the bones as far as what we expect to see in the final report about how the properties were selected and basically criteria information. So, Mayor, I understand that your office and the GM of planning and even Councillor Gower are in agreement with the wording, so I can either read it all or we could just accept it as friendly.
Okay, so you've read the relevant. Do you want to just read the relevant parts, or do you want to read the...
I'm at the service of council, but basically, colleagues, as you see in the motion, this talks about establishing clear criteria for identifying the land suitable for development, establishing a common approach that creates a structure for value sharing, including through the development of new affordable housing, that whatever list is developed, it has regards for the policies of the city's OP and other city policies, and that we seek to protect ecologically fragile lands, tree canopy targets, 15-minute neighborhood targets, climate change mitigation and resiliency, and that this process be transparent and engage the public. So that's Mayor's summary of what we're requesting.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brockington. Is that carried?
Dissent.
Okay. The bulk consent agenda, is that carried? Okay. We are going to move to our in-camera item. And I will ask Councillor Luloff to read the motion to move in camera, which is seconded by Councillor Leeper.
Be resolved, the City Council resolve in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2025-100, subsections 13(1)(e), litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and 13(1)(f), the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, with respect to the light rail transit legal updates.
Is that carried? All right, we will move into a closed session as soon as possible. Thank you. We'll be starting again in 1 minute. Thank you. Merci. All right, let's resume. For the benefit of the public joining us, Ottawa City Council just met in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2025-100 as follows. Subsections 13.1e, litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, and 13.1f, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive information with respect to the light rail transit legal updates. As the content of the in-camera update contains information pertaining to the legal aspects of the subject matter, the material falls within the exception contemplated by subsections 13.1e and f of City Council's procedure bylaw. As such, this matter will not be reported out. During the closed session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. So we will resume on item 17, disposition of items approved by committee. That received. Motion to adopt reports. Councillor Luloff.
Rapport numéro 32 du Comité de l'Agriculture et des Affaires Rurales, le rapport 29.
The Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 32, Built Heritage Committee Report 29, Finance and Corporate Service Committee Report 33, Planning and Housing Committee Report 59, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submission for Items Subject to the Planning Act, Explanation Requirements at the City Council meeting of January 28, 2026, be received and adopted as amended.
Merci. Is that carried? Motions of which notice has previously been given. President of AMO, Councillor Brockington. Is that? Yes, but the name of the motion says Councillor Brockington. But it's Councillor Tierney that moved it. Is that carried? 19.2 is the OMERS Act, and Councillor Brockington, I believe you circulated a revised motion.
That's true, Mayor, I did. It is in essence the same type of advocacy that we are looking to join as far as the AMO initiative. I don't think colleagues want me to read it through. This has been pre-circulated, so happy to take any questions.
Okay, is that carried? 19.3 is Transit Reliability and Accountability Framework. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep my remarks brief. I'd like to extend my thanks to Councillor Bradley for seconding and helping to advise me on the motion. I also want to just thank Councillor Gower and GM Charter for their openness and constructive advice during the past 2 weeks. I believe the motion is stronger now than it was at first. Colleagues, I've had many good conversations with several of you over the past few weeks. What's clear to me is that everyone on council, everyone on OC Transpo understands how challenging the past few years have been for riders, how urgently people are looking to us for steadier, more reliable service. Our transit riders are not looking for perfection. They're asking for a system that they can count on. And it's our responsibility as the policy-making body to give OC Transpo the direction that they need to meet that expectation. So staff have signaled that they do not have policy direction from council, direction that could guide and clarify their work on improving reliability. The framework in the motion that I've drafted responds to that gap in alignment with their own existing plans. The motion before us simply asks staff to develop a policy foundation that defines what reliable service should look like, how we measure it in ways that riders actually experience, and how we can stand behind those standards. I'm grateful for the engagement that there's been on this issue so far. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Is that carried? Oh, I don't see anybody's hand up. Councillor Carr?
Sorry, thanks very much. I just wanted to confirm first and foremost that this motion does include paratranspo as well, because it only mentions OC Transpo. So usually we think of it in two systems, conventional and paratranspo. Yeah.
I would assume, I'll let staff confirm, I would assume that the deliverables in the motion pertain to paratranspo as well.
Mr. Mayor, that's my understanding, yes.
Okay, perfect. That was my question.
Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Devine and Councillor Bradley, for this motion. I know this motion has changed fairly substantially since it was first submitted. Councillor Devine, could you maybe speak to what's changed? I'll admit my frustration here because residents know what a reliable system means. It means that the bus or the train comes when they need it to. And right now that's not happening. I know we're all getting emails from people who've been stranded in the cold. And we also know some of the only folks who haven't given up and taken a cab or bought a car or borrowed a car or used their own car, people who otherwise have no choice. And I'll admit I'm a little frustrated that we're kicking the issue of compensation down the line with both of these motions. I also know that giving people a few dollars back is still not going to make their bus or train not come on time. So Councillor Devine, could you just maybe speak to what changed in this motion and staff could speak to it too, how you think this might improve reliability or accountability, because I'm still not entirely clear.
Thank you. I'll do my best to answer those. As to what's changed in the motion, in principle, the motion is seeking to deliver the same as it was when originally drafted, which is to direct staff to embark on a process that could lead to a policy-guided process that could lead to a reliability and accountability framework that in and of itself would equip staff with mechanisms that would help overall improve reliability. Based on precedent existing in other cities around the world, the main factor that has changed in the motion was originally the timeline for the motion was to bring back
It does. Thank you very much. I just have a question to staff because one of the issues that we're hearing about all the time is the famous ghosting and the unreliability of the app. I had a recent experience. I was standing on Elgin waiting for a bus. It said a bus was coming in in 6 minutes. I waited 6 minutes, and then it said the next one would be in 40 minutes. What is happening there when that happens? Is this an issue with the GPS, or is this buses being spontaneously canceled or not leaving the station at all?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. I believe I've got my colleague Pat Scrimger online who can get into the details and answer that question.
Mr. Mayor?
I would just clarify that, Councillor, that these are more questions that are appropriate for Transit Commission. The substance of the motion is about this framework.
Sure, that's fine. I can save it for Transit Commission tomorrow, but I'll just say, I mean, people are giving up. They're frustrated. They're angry. And, you know, I'll admit every time I'm not a member of Transit Committee, but when I go, and for the last 3.5 years, I've been hearing reports of, we're at 98% or 95% reliability. But all I'm hearing from people is that the service is unreliable. We're failing right now. And I'm happy to vote for both Councillor Devine and Councillor Menard's motion, but we're just in a really bad position, and people are losing faith in the system. So, yes, I think an accountability framework is important, but I also think people do deserve recognition and compensation. They're spending their own money on bus passes and on fares for buses and trains that are not showing up. And then they're spending more if they have to take a cab to get somewhere else. They're missing job interviews, appointments. They're late for work, late for school. People are really fed up, and I know we all know this. So I'm glad to have these two motions before us. But like all of you, I'm frustrated that it's not really going to improve service in any concrete way anytime soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. What I want to better understand from the general manager is what he believes passing this motion will actually deliver to us. And I'll just give some context. Last year, I moved a motion at Transit Commission that staff delivered in September, and my question was, how are we going to get to the basic minimum reliability standard of 85%? And Mr. Scrimger's report listed a whole number of initiatives that OC Transpo was or will be pursuing to get us there. And we focused on some macro level issues with our bus system, mainly operators, mechanics, and the numbers in our fleet. So we know sort of the ingredients to get us to much more stable reliability, but to the motion before us today, how will this motion help us further improve reliability and further stabilize transit in the city of Ottawa?
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. I think it's all separated in twofold. One, and Councillor Devine mentioned it, we're already doing a lot of this work, but moving forward and really connecting up with our properties that that are part of the benchmarking groups that we're part of. So there's the International Bus Benchmarking Group that we're part of. and really leveraging their collective experience and what they've done in terms of, ridership rebate programs, compensation programs, as well as, the reliability measures. There's cities that have significant congestion and challenges similar to what we're facing. So there's definitely a lot of lessons learned there. Now, we do know that we've got our transit priority measures and that slew of work that will benefit the system. But what I think this brings to us is a little bit more of a framework to foster the discussion around the competing priorities for the road space that we have. And there's trade-offs, right, in terms of, cycling infrastructure versus bus reliability measures versus, patios, for example. So it gives us a little bit of that framework to have that discussion as to what are the choices that we need to make and, what are the implications of those choices. We can make choices that, could benefit cycling, but, could have an impact on bus reliability. And so it's really about making sure that we build that into our planning cycles, our scheduling cycles, but then be able to have that conversation with the Transit Committee and Council.
Thank you. I asked this just because I think we already know what the ingredients are in Ottawa to yield much more stable and reliable transit. And I'm not opposed to the Divine motion, and I've shared my concerns with the council already. It's just yet another report or yet another study. And I want to make sure if we go down this road, it will actually yield a net benefit, a net improve in service to us. So that's why I asked that. My only other question is, the first therefore clause makes reference to the annual update cycle of the 5-year roadmap. When does that get reported back at Transit Commission, just for my awareness?
April.
April, excellent, thanks. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So is that carried? 19.4 is compensation for transit riders. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I also wanted to just thank Councillor Johnson for seconding this as well. I don't need to say much. The only slight change to the motion is a change associated with when OC Transpo is able to report back into May 2026. The motion would include all users, including para-users, and it's focused on the short-term pain we're seeing out there. We've obviously seen a tremendous amount of concern from riders, from residents, as well as the additional congestion on our street. People that don't take transit, there is additional congestion that comes from these issues as well. In my ideal world, OC Transpo would come back with options for us, for the city, using funds it will be holding back from RTG because of service disruptions, to consider options such as free transit when the East End extension launches, reliability improvements such as bus lanes, and potential future discounts to passes. So I'm hopeful OC Transpo comes back with some or all of these options, using funds previously held back, and that although it doesn't solve problems in the immediate, we've spoken separately about that, about other issues that can help solve those problems. This would be some compensation that I think is warranted at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, the mover makes reference to funds that may potentially be held back from RTG. Is that the only source of funds that is on the table to satisfy Councillor Menard's motion, or are there other financial avenues that you'll be looking at to fulfill this motion?
Mr. Mayor, we'd be looking primarily at the funds that are withheld from RTG for their non-performance. Any other cost would not have been contemplated in our budget at this time, so it would really be focused on any sort of operational savings as a result of non-payment to RTG.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. Would you just take under advisement my request that as part of your report, you provide some context about the financial capacity for OC Transpo to fulfill these potential requests? If there were no other funds from holding back partial payments to RTG, just comment on the financial situation of OC Transpo present and in recent years. I think that's important for future readers of this report and decision makers about where to go at this point. And finally, the date in the motion that's on my page, May 2026, is that the delivery date?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is we would be bringing it to the May Transit Committee.
Transit, okay. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I'll just add a quick comment that, you know, as I've said before, I know there's a reference in here to refunds. That would not be my preferred use of any funds that we have. But Councillor Menard, you've referred to some other options, including free service coincidental with the launch of the Eastern extension of LRT, about service improvements, about investments. So I'm open to all of those ideas and look forward to hearing back from staff on exactly what that could look like, which we can then consider at the time. So I appreciate the conversations that we've had about this motion and about the potential flexibility moving forward. So is that carried? Item 19.5 is the naming of the multi-use pathway Jane Bremer Path. Is that carried? Motions requiring suspension of the rules. We have a motion from Councillor Johnson about the program cuts at Algonquin College that is of a time-sensitive nature. So on suspension of the rules, is that carried? Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. Whereas Ontario's community colleges and universities, including Algonquin College and Collège La Cité, are under increasing financial pressure because of decisions to reduce the number of foreign student visas and to freeze tuition fees. And whereas Algonquin College has recently announced its plans to cut 30 programs due to financial pressures, and whereas several of those programs proposed to be cut have frequently supplied future employees to the City of Ottawa, including recreation staff, museum staff, paralegals, paramedics, bus and city fleet mechanics, communication professionals, and more. And whereas programs like culinary arts, landscaping, media arts, computer programming, business, and many others that are proposed to be cut provide practical training to graduates that go on to staff Ottawa businesses across many sectors, which helps attract new investments to our city. And whereas Collège La Cité facing many of the same challenges as Algonquin, therefore be it resolved that Council directs staff to undertake an internal scan of potential impact to the future attraction and recruitment of qualified employees and what city services may be affected as a result. And be it further resolved that Council directs staff to conduct a consultation with members of the Mayor's Economic Council to collect their feedback and concerns with the proposed elimination of programs that support their economic sectors. And be it further resolved that the City Clerk compile the results of the internal scan and the consultation with members of the Mayor's Economic Council, and that it be sent before February 20th to the President of Algonquin College and its Board of Directors, as well as the Minister of Colleges and Universities, so they have a fulsome understanding of the impacts of the cuts in our community in advance of the Board's consideration of this matter on February 23rd. Colleagues, my ward's name is College Ward, so I would be remiss if I didn't stand up and try and speak to the significance of this institution, both hyper-locally felt in my neighborhoods, but of course across the city. And I want to thank the students of Algonquin College that came out to a town hall 2 weeks ago, where I was happy to host Chairs Gower, Tierney, and Leeper to discuss issues of various significance to those students. And certainly the cuts were top of mind. And from their urging, we were able to do a quick scan, although an informal scan, of the depth to which the City of Ottawa will be, why am I using words I can't pronounce? It will be forever changed. We have requirements in our, employee status that have to do with diploma programs that will not exist. We need to stand together with our other public institutions and say that these decisions do not happen in a vacuum. I do not blame, any particular institution for trying to create solvency. We are often under the same pressure here at the City of Ottawa to make very difficult decisions. But I am very grateful to the support of the Mayor's office, seconded by Ralston King, of course, as well, to say that colleges are sometimes, the most accessible place for students to get an education. It's a different price point, it's a different training. And I would challenge any one of us to think about, whether we can imagine a family that doesn't have a connection to Algonquin College. I mean, certainly in my own family, I have at least 3 different members who, with those diplomas, have gone on to have very successful careers and raise a family and contribute significantly to our economy. So understanding the Board of Trade is doing a similar thing, and thank you to them. I think we really do need to put pressure to say that this cannot be the plan. The plan cannot be to cut programs to respond to financial pressure. The plan needs to be holistic in nature. We need to be able to support our students, but also be able to protect Ontario and and the economy that we want to see for our kids' future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Brockington?
Thanks, Mayor. Just very briefly, first, thank you to Councillors Johnson and King for the motion. I will just note this is the second round of cuts now. There was a first round that the college went through. One of those programs, the first round was the pilot training course, which is a critical course for pilots, pilot shortage in this country, Ottawa Flying Club in River Ward. And the impacts, as the councillor just said, are very local in nature. I'll just share with staff, in 2017, I chaired the Education Economy Summit here under Mayor Watson's direction, and there's a detailed report about how our post-secondary institutions in the city contribute to Ottawa's economy in many, many ways. So dust that off, and there might be something in there that we can share with the Board of Directors. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is that carried? Notices of motion, Councillor Troster.
I don't believe I have one, Mayor.
Do you have a notice of motion about International Women's Day, maybe?
Oh my goodness, I apologize. Yes, there is a motion for International Women's Day. I am homesick, and it is very
Just
clear.
a gentle reminder.
Yes. Whereas in 1910, women delegates from around the world met in Copenhagen to propose that Women's Day become an international event to promote equal rights for women. And whereas the first International Women's Day was held in 1911 with the support of over 1 million people. And whereas in 1977, the General Assembly of the United Nations officially called for all countries to mark a day for the recognition of women's economic, political, and social achievements. And whereas municipalities can play a profound role in promoting and advancing gender equity. And whereas local and international activists, organizations, and affected communities have shown us more work is required to achieve gender equity, and whereas every year thousands of events are held around the world to inspire, celebrate, and honor women, therefore it be resolved that Ottawa City Council declare March 8, it should say 2026, to be International Women's Day in the City of Ottawa, and I hope you can all join us for our International Women's Day breakfast, and thank you to Councillor Johnson for seconding.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas on March 11, 2020, the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 viral disease a pandemic, and whereas COVID-19 pandemic has been unprecedented in its far-reaching impacts, including collective trauma on individuals, families, children, and vulnerable communities, and whereas the impact of COVID-19 continues to be felt in overburdened and under-resourced healthcare systems and a range of other public services that have still not fully recovered from the pandemic. And whereas of January 2024, more than 80% of Canadians had been infected by COVID-19, and by September 2024, 60,871 Canadians had died of COVID-19. And whereas of January 2024, 1,302 Ottawa residents have died due to COVID-19, not taking into account the number who are impacted where family members died elsewhere, whether nationally or internationally. Whereas the WHO has advised that global communities have had transitioned from COVID-19 emergency approach to a longer-term disease management approach, sustaining capacity for public health responses, community education, and awareness based on emerging realities and risks. And whereas the leadership and the frontline workers at Ottawa Public Health, as well as health and social service agencies, including hospitals across the City of Ottawa, work tirelessly and effectively to guide the City of Ottawa through COVID-19 pandemic and continue to monitor and respond to a vast range of pandemic-related impacts. And whereas in March 2021, the Government of Canada designated March 11, 2021 a National Day of Observance to commemorate the people who lost their lives and the significant impacts we all felt because of COVID-19. And whereas March 11th this year will mark the 6th anniversary of the declaration of COVID-19 as a worldwide pandemic, be it resolved that the 2026 Day of Observance of the 6th anniversary of the COVID-19 pandemic be marked by a flag at half-mast at City Hall on March 11th, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. Seconded by Councillor Hill. Whereas the Defence Team Black Employees Network supports Black civilian and military members within Canada's Department of National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces, and whereas Black Canadians have a long and distinguished history of military service, yet this service is not represented in permanent public memorials within the City of Ottawa, and whereas the City has a responsibility to advance anti-racism and ethnocultural relations initiatives and to support engagement with the veteran and military community through policies, programs, and coordinated work with City staff and community partners. And whereas the Defence Team Black Employees Network has expressed interest in exploring the establishment of a memorial in Wateridge Village located on former CFB Rockcliffe lands as a suitable and symbolic location, and whereas such a memorial honoring Black veterans and Black members of the Canadian Armed Forces aligns with the City of Ottawa's anti-racism strategy, along with federal commitments to recognize Black military service, address historical inequities, and advance anti-racism initiatives. And whereas the Defence Team Black Employees Network is exploring external funding sources, therefore be it resolved that Council approve in principle the installation of a memorial honoring Black veterans and Black members of the Canadian Armed Forces at a suitable location within a park in Wateridge Village, subject to the following conditions. 1, that the final monument design, materials, dimensions, and bilingual dedication plaque be submitted to the General Manager of Recreation, Cultural, and Facility Services for approval, and that staff work with the Defence Team Black Employees Network and the Ward Councillor to confirm the installation location, installation requirements, and maintenance and liability expectations. 2, that both the upfront capital costs and the future long-term maintenance costs associated with the memorial be funded by the proponent, who is responsible for securing sufficient external funding for each, and that these funds be provided to the City and held in trust to ensure ongoing maintenance.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Plante.
Yes, and thank you, Mayor Sutcliffe, for seconding. Whereas the Restricting Public Consumption of Illegal Substances Act 2025, RPCISA, was brought into force on June 5th, 2025, whereas the Ministry and Solicitor General, Solgen, is considering regulatory amendments to the RPCISA to prescribe special constables employed by authorized public transit agencies, including OC Transpo special constables for the purposes of the Act, therefore granting them the same enforceable powers as police officers, and is seeking public input on this proposal until March 1st. And whereas the City of Ottawa has invested significant resources to improve public safety in the downtown core and the Byward Market, and whereas OC Transpo deploys an average approximately 4 special constables in the downtown daily and 13 deployed across the citywide transit network, who are already present in high-traffic transit environments, including stations, platforms, bus stops throughout the downtown core and across the city, and whereas public transit riders, including workers, students, seniors, people with disabilities, youth, and low-income residents who rely on transit as their primary and only mode of transportation and require a safe environment at all times, and whereas restoring ridership is essential to the financial sustainability of Ottawa's public transit system to achieving the city's climate and transportation goals and ensuring equitable access to employment, education, healthcare, and community service, and whereas enabling OC Transpo special constables to enforce the RPCISA would allow for timely, proportionate, and location-specific interventions focused on transit spaces while reducing reliance on police resources for a matter that occur primarily within the transit system. And whereas any extension of authority under the RPCISA would be accompanied by appropriate training and would operate alongside existing public health, outreach, and harm reduction services, recognizing that enforcement alone does not address substance use and that clear rules and safe public spaces remain necessary. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Ottawa endorse the proposed regulatory amendments under the RPCISA 2025, and be it further resolved that the Mayor write the Solicitor General of Ontario in support of the proposal before March 1st, 2026, and be it further resolved when the clerks share this motion with other municipalities in Ontario prior to March 6th, be it further resolved that the Mayor write the Solicitor General of Ontario to renew or extend funding associated with the Ottawa-Ontario Agreement. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous. Motion to introduce bylaws, Councillor Luloff.
That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings, be read and passed with the exception of the following bylaws listed as N and O on the agenda. I don't think I need to read those, just the 2 ones that are listed as N and O on the agenda.
Is that carried? Confirmation bylaw, Councillor Luloff.
Que le règlement suivant soit lu et adopté, règlement
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceeding of the Council meeting of February 11, 2026.
Inquiries, Councillor Skalski.
Thank you, Mayor. So City of Ottawa standalone arenas currently do not have point of sale systems or a cash float in accordance with the city's cash handling policies. And as a result, residents attending these arenas must bring exact change for entry fees, creating inconvenience and potential barriers to participation. Many other city recreation facilities have more flexible payment options, highlighting an inconsistency in service delivery. City staff have indicated that the feasibility of adding point of sale systems at standalone arenas is being explored, and that website improvements are underway to clarify which arenas are considered standalone. What is the status of the evaluation regarding the potential installation of point of service systems at standalone arenas, including cost and infrastructure requirements? 2, are there interim solutions being considered to reduce inconvenience for residents, such as mobile payments, pre-purchase passes, or alternative payment options? And 3, how can the city's cash handling policy be updated to be more responsive to the feedback from residents that is not convenient to expect exact change, cash or only transactions for city services? So with the view to ensure that city recreation facilities, including standalone arenas, provide a modern, convenient, and accessible payment experience for all residents, we're asking for a response within 30 days, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. This inquiry concerns the Canada Lakes Golf Course lands, comprising approximately of 175 acres of a site with documented mercury contamination within and beyond residential limits, as acknowledged to the Ontario Land Tribunal proceedings. Our residents have expressed significant concern, not only about the timing and nature of current ground disturbance activities, but also about how the risk is being assessed and by whom. Specifically, there is growing unease that environmental testing and monitoring are being undertaken by consultants retained and paid for by the developer, which may create a reasonable perception of bias, regardless of professional obligations. My questions are intended to clarify how the city is ensuring independent, precautionary, and credible oversight across the entire contaminated site, and how public confidence is being safeguarded where potential harm may be irreversible. My questions on the site-wide risk assessment across 175 acres. Has the city received or conducted any site-wide risk assessments addressing mercury mobilization across the full 175 acres of contaminated lands in relation to the current and anticipated ground disturbance activities? If yes, who prepared the assessment, under what authority, and what conclusions were reached? If no, on what basis has staff concluded that activities proceeding on any portion of the site do not pose a credible risk beyond the immediate area of disturbance? On the reliance of non-municipality retained consultants, to what extent is the city relying on environmental testing, monitoring, and assurances provided by consultants retained and paid for by non-independent entities in determining that work may proceed safely on a known mercury contaminated site? On independence and perceived bias, while I recognize that qualified persons have professional and statutory obligations, what consideration has the city given to the reasonable perception of bias when assessments critical to the public health and environmental safety are conducted by parties financially retained by the proponent? On independent third-party oversight, has the city considered requiring or requesting independent third-party testing, peer review, or monitoring retained by the city or another neutral body and not influenced by the developer now or in the future, particularly given the incomplete assessment to date of the scale or location of the contamination across 175 acres, the irreversible nature of mercury harm, and the level of community concern and close proximity of thousands of homes, and the recommendations of the Carp River audit? On winter conditions and mercury behavior, what analysis has been undertaken independent of the developer's consultants to assess how winter conditions, freeze-thaw cycles, and spring melt may affect mercury mobilization across the site, and why winter ground disturbance was determined to be appropriate rather than deferring work to less complicated conditions? On the application of the precautionary principle, given the known contamination and uncertainty associated with mercury movement, how has the precautionary principle been applied in allowing work to proceed based largely on developer-provided information rather than independent verification? On public health assessment and independence, beyond notification, has Ottawa Public Health provided or been asked to provide any independent public health assessment of potential exposure pathways across the 175-acre site? And if not, why was such independent public health input not sought? On authority and duty of care, while staff have referenced limitations under the the site alteration bylaw, what considerations has been given to the city's broader duty of care, including whether reliance on developer-retained consultants alone is sufficient, where there is a credible risk to public health or municipal infrastructure, and triggers for escalation and independent review, what thresholds or trigger points would prompt the city to require independent testing or oversight, and how are those triggers being tracked and documented, and finally, accountability for early risk identification, where responsibility is shared among the city, Ottawa Public Health, MECP, and developer-retained professionals, who is accountable for ensuring that credible risk across the full 175 acres is identified early, independently assessed, and addressed before harm occurs rather than after. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other inquiries? Motion to adjourn, Councillor Luloff.
But the proceedings of the City Council meeting for February 11th, 2026 be adjourned.
Is that carried? Merci.
Good afternoon. Bonjour à tous. Thank you for joining us for today's media availability. Merci de vous joindre à nous pour le point de presse d'aujourd'hui. I will now invite each agency in alphabetical order to ask their questions. You may ask one question with a follow-up. Par ordre alphabétique, j'invite maintenant chaque organisme à poser une question et une question de suivi. We'll now start with, nous allons commencer par Cameron Mahler, CBC Ottawa.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say. I just wanted to ask, if a free month of OC Transpo back in 2021 cost the city an estimated $7 million. If the city does move ahead with free transit for any period of time, I'm curious how much the daily OC Transpo operations cost, and if the funds withheld from RTG will be enough to cover it all.
Thanks. A lot of hypotheticals. Anyway, go ahead, Troy. Yeah. No, I was just supplementing whatever your answer is going to be by pointing out that that's a lot of hypotheticals.
Yeah, I don't have the numbers with regards to free month of service now with what it would be. We'd obviously have to factor in the increasing fares as well as the change in ridership to factor in what the lost revenue would be for that service. So that's something we could definitely follow up with you on. And then when it comes to the funds that would be withheld for inability to provide the services in accordance with the project agreement, that would have to be considered in terms of what that outcome would be. I know that the funds that we pay RTG on a monthly basis are significant and would significantly contribute to that. But at this point, I don't have the final calculations and final numbers.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask a question about you've acknowledged the reliability has been below standard a few times now. I wanted to ask where that responsibility lies. Is it with the staff, the P3, council funding decisions, or all of the above?
So ultimately, the accountability for providing the transit services rests with OC Transpo, rests with our team. We report to council and committee what our challenges are and provide the information in terms of where we're seeing on the bus side of things or the rail side or even paratransport, for example. We look at all those levels of service. So ultimately, the accountability is with OC Transpo that reports up to council. We've got solid plans in place that have been in place for a long time now in terms of our bus procurement, changes with regards to our collective agreement, new wage rates for our mechanics, the apprentice program that we started about 3 years ago. So we've got good plans in place, but unfortunately it takes time for those to see those results. I'm confident that over the coming months we're going to see improvements in the service, and we look forward to providing those updates to committee and council in terms of how we're improving both the rail and the bus service. The whole team is committed to getting to a point where we're back at that 98-99% reliability targets. We're committed to getting there, and we've got good solid plans to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Guy Kenville, CBC Radio.
Yeah, at the risk of having you repeat stuff that was maybe said at council, but it never hurts to go over things for clarifying purposes. Is it the case that if some form of compensation was actually offered, and I know that's a big if because today's motion was really iterative, we're just asking city staff to report on something, but if some form of compensation is ultimately offered, did we hear correctly today that the only monies that would be used to fund that compensation, the only monies, would be money or savings, money withheld to RTG because of the ongoing reliability issues? Or is there a world where public money, taxpayer money, would also be used for compensation? Money that I know you, Mayor, have said you would rather not see used and would rather see invested back into the transit service as opposed to specifically refunds. So long question of it basically is the only money that would be used RTG holdback money, or is there a possibility that public funds would also be used?
I think we're looking at this the wrong way, to be honest. I think we need to remind ourselves that there's no difference between customers, taxpayers, and OC Transpo, right? So OC Transpo is owned by the people of Ottawa. If OC Transpo has money that it's investing or that it's not investing in transit, that's the people's money, whether it's tax money, whether it's fare revenue. If we're not spending as much money on a particular service or we're holding back money for some reason, that's money that could be invested in public transit. So, you know, I supported Councillor Menard's motion from the perspective that we need to see options for how we can look at this issue going forward, and I'm supportive of that. If it were up to me, I wouldn't label all of that as compensation. The focus, I think, should be on making the service better. What I hear over and over from the residents of Ottawa and from OC Transpo passengers in particular is they want to see better service. They want reliable service. They don't necessarily want a refund on the $4 that they spent on a fare. They want to know that the bus is going to be there when they show up at the stop. So to me, this is all part of a broader equation. Obviously, you know, when you look at the things that are listed in Councillor Menard's motion, there are things that we're probably going to do anyway. Things like investing more in capital to build a better service. Things like when the eastern extension of LRT opens, offering a free weekend or free days of service, just as we did when Line 2 and Line 4 opened. We had a free weekend of service. So those are all kinds of things that we would do anyway. I wouldn't classify them as compensation. I would classify them as building a better service, a more reliable service for our customers, and making the service more accessible to our customers.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe this question is for Troy. I'm hoping you can maybe bridge a gap. You know, we know that in the past, due to the original wheel issue, for lack of a better term, on Line 1, some payments were held back from RTG, right? Like that's a matter of public record. And just today, you've confirmed that the plan is to withhold payments related to the latest wheel issue. But can you bridge the gap for me? Was there a period between the original holdbacks and now where everything was tickety-boo and you weren't withholding payments, or have you effectively been withholding payments this whole time since Line 1 launched in 2021? Just kind of clarify that for me.
So every day, every week, every month, RTG is subject to performance requirements in accordance with the project agreement. And if they don't meet those project requirements, there's potential failure points that get attributed, and then monies can be deducted. So that's part of the normal business, and that's part of the project agreement. That's how we incentivize them for good performance. Is you will be paid if you provide the, you know, if the performance is there, you will receive the compensation. So there always is a certain degree of potential funds being withdrawn every month, every day. Right? But looking at from a you know, the cartridge bearing assembly perspective and our ongoing performance issues, you know, there have been some funds that have been withdrawn, but you know, not significant in terms of the grand scheme of things in terms of the total monthly payments, because we have been receiving good service in terms of, you know, we've been hitting 98, 99% reliability day in, day out. Looking back to what we received, you know, going back to the summer, Canada Day, Blues Fest, amazing service, exactly what we expected, exactly what the line was promoted as, and we've had several months of that. This spalling issue now, you know, sets us back, and you know, there's a significant impact in terms of their performance, and then there will be a significant impact on their monthly service payments associated with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Leah LaRock, CTV.
This question, I guess, is for the mayor. You said riders want a better service. That's what they want. They don't want a refund. And so we need to make the service better.
I didn't say they don't want a refund.
They don't want, they would prefer.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think what everybody wants is more reliable service. Yeah.
How do we do that?
Well, I think you heard from.
Sorry, just 1 second.
Oh, sure. I think that one leg of your camera is not fastened there.
Thank you.
Yeah, pin there.
All right, go ahead.
I think you heard from Troy. Look, I want to say again, as I've said every time, I have great sympathy for our OC Transpo passengers. I understand their frustrations, and I'm frustrated. We're all irritated and frustrated by the constant issues that we've had with the service. But the team at OC Transpo is doing everything it can to build a better service for the future. That includes hiring more mechanics, some of whom are on the way in the near future. It includes buying more electric buses, or at least receiving more of the electric buses we've already bought, which we expect will come in the coming months. That includes dealing with the issues that we've had with LRT. It includes opening the eastern extension of LRT. So I understand that riders are impatient and that this is taking longer than anybody would have wanted, but I think there are steps in place that will lead to a better service being delivered to our customers in the future when we have more buses, when we have more mechanics, when we've dealt with some of the issues with LRT, and when we've opened the eastern extension, we will see better service. And we can already point to some examples of better service, like the opening of Line 2 and Line 4, which have been a great success since they opened just over a year ago. So better times are on the way for OC Transpo. We just have to get through this very, very challenging, difficult time, frustrating, irritating time in the weeks ahead. But I think many of the steps are in place that will bring us to a level of service that our riders expect.
This question is for Mr. Charter, but you might answer it tomorrow. Compared to where we were, say, a month ago, when the issue with bus reliability, cancellations, the spalling issue was, are we making the progress that you were hoping that we were going to see?
Thank you for the question. We are seeing incremental progress in terms of advancing the necessary documentation that we need to bring back the capacity on Line 1. So we're seeing some positive progress there, but that work continues. And as we've maintained all along, we're going to be cautious, we're going to be prudent, we're doing our due diligence, and we need to see that documentation that supports that we can increase the fleet. But we are seeing progress and we're having good dialogue. Alstom and RTG have brought in additional experts, additional expertise and resources here in Ottawa. We've secured, the City of Ottawa has secured some additional support to make sure that everyone continues to make the right decisions, and we're progressing towards the return of capacity. So we're seeing some good progress there. And on the bus side of things, we are seeing incremental improvements in terms of the number of buses that are available for service. It does fluctuate from day to day, and in the winter time, it's more challenging when you have a weather event like yesterday or the extreme cold. That's hard on the fleet. It's hard on a fleet of, when you're trying to put 500 buses on the road, that these buses are, a lot of them are 17, 18 years old. It's hard, but we are seeing incremental improvements, and you're seeing week by week, we're getting more and more buses available on average throughout the entire week. But as I say that, I know that, we still got a few more weeks of winter. It's probably a few more weeks where we're going to see some challenges. But, as the mayor indicated, we're hiring more mechanics. We've finally got some good return in terms of our recruitment campaign. We've got a number of mechanics that have applied who are going through the selection process right now. And that's attributed to the fact that, we have a new collective agreement with new pay rates and new operating conditions. We'll have, by the end of March, we'll have approximately 110 new buses here on site that will replace, some of the oldest buses that they're hardest to maintain. We're continuing with our hiring of operators. So we are, a lot of these things are already in place. It just takes time to be able to show that for our customers. And I appreciate everyone's patience, because no one at OC Transpo is happy with the level of service we're providing right now. And you see it throughout our entire organization. You can see that people are wearing it and they feel bad. But they're all committed, from the mechanics to the operator to our customer service representatives. Everyone is focused on improving the service, and I know we'll get there soon.
Enfin, on va Frédéric Papin, Radio-Canada.
Monsieur Charter, on va rester avec vous. Combien d'argent est-ce que vous avez dans votre piggy bank qui devrait aller à RTG, mais que là, vous regardez en lien avec les problèmes avec le roulement cartouche, le problème qu'il y a récemment avec ça? Est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire c'est combien la somme d'argent que vous pouvez garder en lien avec ce problème? Your mic.
Je m'excuse, je pense que je peux pas répondre à cette question parce qu'on sait qu'on va avoir des disputes et ça va être une situation avec notre avocat.
Parce que, and I don't want to take another question on this, but je pense que ma question, c'est en lien à si on veut offrir un certain dédommagement ou un week-end gratuit aux usagers éventuellement.
If we want to offer some kind of compensation, will there be enough of that money, you think?
As the mayor indicated, the direction that we have is to look at options, and we want to come forward with options. And one of those options could be the rebate aspect of it. I don't have the final numbers in terms of what it was for, what a free day or free month would cost. But we know that the monthly service payments that we pay to RTG are significant. We're not talking thousands of dollars, we're talking millions of dollars. So there is a significant sum of money that could be available, but also recognizing that any funds that were withheld, we may be in a situation where there is a dispute with our maintainer on those funds, right? So, but I like the direction as asking us to bring options forward, reinvesting back in the service, improving reliability, those types of things. So that's what we're committed to doing, and I appreciate having the discussion that we're going to have when we would bring that forward.
Merci. Monsieur le maire, je veux vous entendre là-dessus.
Mr. Mayor, on this, the technical system, it's not Troy's fault. It's Alstom's fault. The electrical problem, same thing. There are things that can't be delivered and everything. So how will you attract users to this service? Because you want to create confidence. How will you bring the passengers back? Well, indeed, we need a reliable service. This is what will attract the clients if we have a reliable service. We have to think ahead. Let's think of a day when light rail starts at Trim in Orleans, and that you are in road traffic bumper to bumper on 174, and that there are trains passing by you every 5 minutes. I think that people will see that and will decide to try the light rail. If it's faster and if it's better, it's the system's reliability that is the most important thing to attract the passengers. And once we have a reliable service, I think that we have to do some marketing, of course, and maybe some free weekends, things like that. But I think that the priority for our residents is to have a reliable service. Can I ask a last question about Kizi-Ganzibi? You talked about the tragedy in BC, and on Twitter you wrote a message on Kizi-Ganzibi. It's a tragedy. What would you like to share on that? Well, all my thoughts go to the victims. It's really hard to read such news. It's very difficult to understand why for Kizi-Ganzibi and for the victims in BC. All our thoughts are with them.
In English for my friend. Sure. Yeah, look, it's difficult to read all of the news that we've read today about the situation in British Columbia and with the people of Kizi-Ganzibi, and all of our thoughts are with those people, and our sympathy and our condolences. This is going to be a difficult time for two very strong communities, and we hope that that everyone's okay. It's obviously going to be very difficult. It's very tragic, and all of our thoughts are with them.
Thank you. This concludes today's media availability. Ceci conclut le point de presse.